Hello everyone, hopefully everything's all good and I should be starting in a moment. For the VOD viewers I will say that this will probably be mostly an R-type stream and quite quiet and low-key and unenergetic and so on and so forth. All your usual warnings for a stream such as this. Just taking it easy and playing some stuff, so... Should be good to go, I think. Hello, everyone. Sorry to hear that, Lexiar. Hope everything turns out alright with you. Sounds like you just need to prove how cool you are by playing more Shmups. Seems to be working for me. Just this once, Discotech. Just this once. There you go. Hello, everyone. Doing alright, Salvador. Not much to report. I have played some more R-type. I took another run at Blazing Lasers because I thought it might be nice to just finish that one off stream because there's maybe not a lot of intrigue to it as a viewer. But I didn't manage to finish it. There is, unfortunately, the game is mostly easy, I would say. But unfortunately, if you die on the last stage, I presume it's the last stage, the boss rush. If you die there, there's a checkpoint which is really, really bad. There's a really, really bad checkpoint that's very hard to recover from. It kept smacking me down. One of the bosses was also pissing me off, but I might go back and try another run at Blazing Lasers. Are we getting the 1cc today? Unlikely, but I have made progress. I have made a good bit of progress, I think. I got hung up on the stage 5 boss. I beat it on stream last time I was streaming. I beat it the first time and I said it felt easy and that I hoped that it wasn't just beginner's luck or whatever. Turns out it was beginner's luck. Yeah, it hasn't been going very well, but took me a while, but I figured it out that the best thing to do is to use the charge attack against it. So I wish I had figured that out sooner. It took me longer than I'd like to admit, but it's nice that it has some usefulness during one of the bosses. And yeah, it's very useful during that boss, so I've become a lot more consistent at that boss. Same, fairly consistent at the boss after it now as well. But I haven't made it deep into stage 7. I've gotten to the stage 7 checkpoint. That's as far as I've gotten. Does anyone want to give me an opinion on, as far as shmups go, how fucking difficult is R-type? Is this trial by fire or what? Like, am I going to have an easier time after this? Because it feels difficult. I'm enjoying it a lot. There's a few parts that I'm less keen on. But what's the relative difficulty level here compared to other shmups? High? I'm hoping it's high. You stream when dev isn't going so hot. Need to vent anything? No. No. Solid 6 out of 10. Okay, fuck. I haven't done much in the last few days, was overdue for a few days off, and I took the opportunity, having done some shmup streams and generating content for the masses, I took the opportunity to do some real life shit that I've been neglecting for a while. So, and I might continue to do that for a while. But I'd say the game's going okay. Thank you, Ghoulish. Yeah, Mushido is intended to be very difficult. Have some coffee here. I want to drink it before it goes cold, so forgive the pause. Yeah, I'm a big fan of both Nex Machina and Returnal. I've talked about them both a little bit. I like them both a lot. I don't know how other people break it down, but I kind of consider twin stick shooters to be a little bit different from regular shmups. You say this every shmup stream. I say this every shmup stream, but are you going to play Battle Garaga? I mean, it's on my list. I wrote it down. I have a physical list of a lot of games. It doesn't even cover all the shmups that look remotely good, but it's on there. But no plans in the immediate future. It's PC Engine stuff for now. I believe Battle Garaga is an arcade game, maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah. Fuck. I'm streaming more because I've wanted to play more shmups for a long time, and I feel okay doing it on stream, whereas usually although that happens, I looked away. That's why I died there. I'm gonna have to ease off on the chat at some point, but yeah, because they're arcadey games, I feel okay playing them on stream for the first time, since if you're playing R-Type in the arcade, you couldn't really stop somebody from coming up and talking to you anyway while you were playing it. And it's coming up on the end of the year, and I'd like to relax at the end of the year, safe in the knowledge that the content generation machine has churned and people are happy. Where is Zonk? Zonk is dead. We killed Zonk on the last stream. Any thoughts on the Armored Core 6 reveal? I don't think it's really been revealed yet. I think if you're an Armored Core fan, you should probably temper your expectations. I've never played Armored Core, so I don't know, but I would not be surprised if it turns out that they have applied their current formula to things and that it bears little resemblance to Armored Core of old. But maybe it will, I don't know. Nobody can say yet, though, that's my point. Some of the wording on they had a little press release or something, some of the wording on it talked about them applying their current expertise as action game developers. So just be careful you're not setting yourself up for disappointment, you know? Oh yeah, by the way, I meant to say, I haven't been using save states, but the Japanese release of R-Type actually came in 2 parts, and the second part starts you off on stage 5, so I might use that in a while, just to practice the latter half of the game. You kind of end up paying for it anyway because it starts you off without any upgrades, which is pretty harsh. But yeah, I've been using that for practice. I might stream Bayonetta 3 again at some point, yeah. I haven't played much more Bayonetta 3, but I'd like to get better at using the demons and stuff. Some of the flaws that I talked about on that stream bugged me more when I moved up to Infinite Climax. But I would like to get better at it and enjoy using the demons more. I don't think you can really do a single playthrough of it and come away with a full appreciation for the whole demon thing that they have. I haven't played Monster Hunter Rise now. I've been waiting for a different version of it to come out than the Switch version because I figured it would. My PC is really bad at the minute, so I didn't jump on the PC release either. I'll either wait for the I'll either wait to get a new PC or maybe a Steam Deck. I'm thinking of buying a Steam Deck. And either that or I'll get it on the PlayStation. This boss annoyed me a lot before I learned it. before, when I say I learned it, before I started using charge attacks against it. I actually, I've actually talked about this before, so this didn't happen on stream, but I've talked about this before. Basically, just imagining the developer, how I got past it, how I kind of reset my thinking and went, I must be missing something here. Was I just thought about how much I'm enjoying the game generally. Even though I'm struggling, I know I'm struggling, but I'm enjoying it. And I was just thinking, you know, considering how well thought out this game seems to be in many other regards, did they really? Is this boss really as bad as I think it is, or is there a way around it? Like, so the first thing that I figured out was if you use the red weapon, the red helix weapon, upgraded against him, that melts him. So that's another strategy that you can use, but I was also thinking there had to be something more consistent as well, you know? So this should hopefully go a lot smoother than it did before on stream. The biggest danger here is really the terrain. Okay, that should be it. As far as I'm aware, you're completely safe once you get in here. It's pretty fucking brutal though to throw you into this at the end of the stage. I was the first time I came in here, like that little corner is obviously very conspicuous, but I was thinking, do I need to get the pod in there and just dodge while the pod gets stuck in the middle, you know? Thankfully you can just get in there yourself, so it's pretty easy as long as you can just get in there. This is as good as it's going to get, because once you lose your upgrades, this stage is extremely difficult. Yeah. There's kind of a nasty trick in this level as well, where parts of the stage just blow up, and I didn't actually realize that they do damage. That's one thing that I don't know how I feel about it, because you destroy that boss in stage 3. Oh man. Oh, sorry, my coffee went down the wrong way. You destroy that boss in stage 3, and it kind of blows up as you break it apart, you know? Oh, give me a second here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you blow up that boss in stage 3, and no, I'm okay, thank you. I'm after fucking spluttering a little bit of coffee onto my controller. I'm just wiping it off. Hopefully it doesn't get sticky or anything. Right. Yeah, the boss in stage 3 kind of blows up as you kill him, but those explosions don't do any damage to you as far as I can tell. So I don't know, just the fact that the stage blows up. For whatever reason, it took me a few deaths to realize that that's what was killing me, because I just didn't think that it was going to hurt me for whatever reason. I know you could say that's on me, but I don't know. It seems slightly inconsistent to have those do damage to you. Yeah, it's a fairly minor issue. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm not sure how to approach this, but this is... If you lose your upgrades here, it's very hard. I should have spun the pot around. Actually, I need to get into the habit of doing that at the very start of this stage from now on. I should just flip it, because like I can kind of do alright without the pod at all. So if I just flip it so that... that's such a shame. If I just flip it so that I'm also firing backwards. It's really the guys that come in from the back that kind of throw me off. The whole strategy here is based on trying not to get pincered, basically. Yeah, the missile launchers, I found out as well that if you hang, like, you can kind of bait them or push them back, which is important, because otherwise they walk towards the ledge and they're kind of protected by it. I bet that the same is true in level 1. I haven't started applying that to level 1 yet, but I probably should. I've been relying on the way that the charge shot kind of hits them through the ledge if you space it just right, but basically if you come forward, the missile launcher moves backward to try and space itself correctly so that it'll actually hit you. Yeah. I still kind of like my charge shot method for that guy. I don't know what the term for them is, but there's two little options. They're almost like options. Two little shield things that hang out on each side of you. And I think one of the harshest things about this game is, as far as I can tell, there's just 2 of them in the whole game. So if you lose them... No, wait. I think... Is there 3? I feel like I can recover 1 eventually if I lose it. I don't know. Video games make me feel dead inside. How do you suggest I reinvigorate my interest in games? Don't know, I wish I had an easy answer for that. I wouldn't say games make me feel dead inside, but you know, the Game Awards was on recently. This is like a very minor version of, I think, probably part of what you're feeling. The Game Awards was on recently, and I mean, this is a point I've brought up before, but just on the other stream, in fact, I was talking about the way that developers seem to be taking longer to make stuff. And obviously I'm not counting myself as an exception there. Although I would, like, one of the goals that I have for what I'm doing is I would like, you know, assuming that we can eventually release something, I would like for it to not take very long to make another game after that, you know? And I do think that a lot of the stuff that I've worked on could be applicable to a bunch of different games. At least, let's say three game ideas that I have, excluding Proxima or any other prototypes that I've been working on, you know? But I don't know, it just takes so long for games to come out. I mean, what I'm saying is, to some extent, it's not unexpected to be less passionate about games when there's just not as much good stuff coming out as frequently as it used to. Do you know what I mean? That's just a normal reaction to the state of things. You know what I mean? And again, I've talked about this before, but you know, like, back with the PS2, they have that picture of the fucking box. It's like, here's all the games that are coming to the PS2 in 2001, and there's 8 incredible games on it or something, you know? Whereas, what does the PS5 have, you know? I think Nintendo have had a decent year with Splatoon 3 and Bayonetta 3 and some other stuff that I'm less interested in, like Kirby or whatever, you know? But I don't know, like, what's taking so long? And here's another thing about the whole, everybody's been talking about the whole Activision merger with Microsoft. Assuming Microsoft buys them, will they ever make a game again? Because it seems like anytime Microsoft buys anything, they never fucking make anything. You know? Like, Phil Spencer took over how many years ago, and he said, and rightfully so, I think his heart is in the right place, you know? He said that that they just want to make games and bring games to people and stuff. Where are they? You know, where are they? Where are all the games gone? For everybody, and even Nintendo's not immune to this either, you know? It's taking everybody really long to make games. So, to some extent, it's natural that that people would feel less passionate. There's probably some particularly good year, like 2003 or something like that, where everybody got the ball rolling on the PS2 and the GameCube, and tons of stuff came out. I mean, there was probably some year. I know these three 3 series didn't overlap perfectly with their releases and all, but you know the way Sony was making Jack, Ratchet, and Sly games all at the same time? There was probably a year where all 3 of them had a release at once. That just seems unthinkable now. It seems unthinkable that you would get 3 games like that. There was probably a year where 3 of those games released in the span of about 3 months, if I had to guess. Probably, if I had to guess, it was probably Jack 2, Ratchet 2, Sly... No, sorry. Jack 3, Ratchet 3, Sly 2 in the same year. Yeah, 2017 was a great year. I totally agree with that. And that's just their platformers. I mean, for all I know, they also had a God of War release that year. Probably there was, you know, there might have been a Metal Gear game that year as well. Because it was only about 5-6 years for that console and 2 Metal Gear games came out for it. So there's a decent chance that there was a Metal Gear game that year as well. Probably not Eco or Shadow of the Colossus on the same year as those. But there could have been a God of War. There could have been... Who knows what else? And that's just the PlayStation. I'm going to let this run out and start over. The slowness of game development comes from expectations getting higher and higher. Yeah, I think so, but I think expectations are basically in the wrong place, you know. But I think A Crack in Time is really good. It's worth playing. It's definitely worth playing. It's the best best piece of showmanship for the DualSense controller. The graphics are wonderful. There's tons to like about it and all that. But personally, I would not put it above Ratchet and Clank 2 or A Crack in Time. And I think part of that is just that it's gone in a direction that I like less. You know, probably lots of other people like the direction it's gone, where it's a bit more story focused and a bit more grandiose. Whereas I prefer when Ratchet is more kind of, you know, just exploratory, just going out to little corners of the galaxy and stuff like that. But I don't know, like I can play those games back to back and still walk away feeling that the PS2 game is better, you know? I don't think I'm coming at it from a place of nostalgia or anything like that. I don't know, it's been a long time since I played Tools of Destruction, so I really couldn't say at all where I would... I called it. So, yeah, somebody's done the fact-checking. In 2004, Jack 3, Ratchet 3, and Sly 2 were all in the same year. Yeah. It's all graphics and cutscenes and stuff. Because fundamentally, nothing has really changed about the gameplay. What I would say is, I can't remember what the Clank sections are like in... Is there even Clank sections in the new game? I think there is. I can't remember what they're like. I do think the Clank sections in A Crack in Time are probably the best ones in the whole series, but they're not great for a replay. I don't think the Clank sections ever really have been. But they're not great for a replay, but I think they... There's definitely parts of the new one where they just let you skip them. I'm pretty sure there's Clank sections, because I remember getting to one. I was doing the replay, you know, with the bolt multiplier and all that, and I think it just lets you skip them, which is cool. Oh yeah, it's kind of almost it's like programming almost. It's a like tiny little Zachtronics game almost. Very simple, but you have all these little Clank bots or little bots that you have to program. That's good. I think those puzzles and the ones in Crack in Time are probably the best that the Clank gameplay has ever been. So I'll definitely give that to the newer games. But I don't know how well it meshes with the Ratchet stuff. You can skip the Clank sections in a crack in time as well, apparently, somebody says. That's good. But I think the Ratchet stuff hasn't really changed. And that's fine. I don't even think I would want it to. It's just a fun shooter game. It works. The weapons are enjoyable and all that. But it can't be that people have inflated expectations for the gameplay, because the gameplay hasn't really changed, you know? I just think it's a very poor trade-off. It's a very poor trade-off to say you can have better graphics and you can have more spectacle and more cutscenes and more story and all that, but it's going to take an extra 5 years or something to develop the game. It's going to take an extra 3 years, let's say, to make the game. That's definitely not a trade-off I would make. And I actually think a lot of people would agree, even the kinds of people who aren't in the chat, you know, watching Matthew Matosa's stream. I think a lot of people would agree. I think this was all a long-winded way of saying don't feel too bad to that guy that asked. 2004. If that was 2004, was that the same year as Half-Life 2 as well? That was like my example was just trying to focus on one console and show that there was a bunch of stuff that you could play on one console, you know? 2004. If I had to guess, I would say the Wind Waker was 2002, 2003. So you're probably between Zeldas at that point. Same year as Resident Evil 4. Amazing. It's probably still a year out from Okami. Metroid Prime 2. Okay. You know, it is a little biased to pick such a loaded year and say, there you go. Yeah, probably a GTA game as well. I think somebody mentioned that, but I missed it. San Andreas. Was that 2004? Metroid Zero Mission as well. Okay. Well, obviously that was a very stacked year. So it's a little unfair, but it's not completely unfair. You know, it's not... Have to get the 300 points for the pickup that I don't need. Should have been paying more attention there. Should have had that switched back earlier. 2008 was a pretty good year in terms of AAA. I don't remember that being a good year. I remember 2017 being a phenomenal year. 2017 is definitely the best year in recent memory. I think some people in the chat have talked about it, but off the top of my head, Rain World, Breath of the Wild, Prey. I think Nex Machina was the same year as well. Cuphead, I think, was 2017 as well. There's probably more. That alone is huge. Persona 5. Fuck. Hollow Knight Automata. Mario Odyssey. Sonic Mania as well. Jesus Christ. Alien Isolation. I didn't play it myself, but I know a lot of people thought fondly of it. I imagine it's a good game. Okay, I'm reading the chat too much. That's why I died earlier as well. I gotta fucking stop. It would have been really nice to go into this boss with the red power-up. Thankfully, it's not an instant game over for me the way it would have been. Opus Magnum. I still don't seem to like Opus Magnum as much as everybody else does. Not that I think it's a bad game, but Splatoon 2 as well. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, 2017 is my favorite one in recent memory. I think we're overdue for another good year like that. I think The Witness might have been 2017 as well, was it? I think that was 2016, maybe? $2016 for The Witness, yeah. Yeah, I would say I like Shenzhen IO more. It's one of the ways that it didn't massively shift my opinion, but doing the review series kind of made me realize how much I did like Shenzhen IO. Just when I was kind of comparing it to the others mentally, I just thought, I think it's because Zach actually said this at some point himself. He said, you know, people kind of give lenience to the premise and all that. Shenzhen IO has probably the most boring premise of any of their games. And so for that reason you kind of I'm not going to say that doesn't matter, it does matter, but it just doesn't immediately jump out as favorite material just because it's like, here, go get a job in China and make little electronics, you know, versus you've been abducted by aliens and you have to make little factories from IKEA instructions, you know. Not quite the same, but when you actually think about the gameplay, just decouple it a little bit. Yeah. Well, we all know none of their games stacks up to Advanced Dungeons and Diagrams anyway. Okay, right. Seriously, chat, I need to stop talking for a little while. So I only missed that upgrade because I was looking at the chat again, trying to find another question. So I am mentally switching off. These shmup streams hinge on me being able to actually play the games and enjoy them for what they are, rather than trying to entertain the stream. So if I can't do that, I'm just going to have to play them off stream. So it's this or nothing, right? Fuck. I feel like I have a bad strategy for that part. Just it puts me too close to that guy, but I have to kill him. Maybe I don't have to kill him. Maybe I'll just try and run past him. Yeah, that seems better. That wasn't him that shot me that time, I don't think. Was it? Maybe it was. Still wish I had a better answer for helping that guy out. Bollocks. Is that my last attempt? It is, okay. Right, back we go. I said this at the very start of the VOD, but it's probably just going to be R-Type today. Since more people have joined now, it's probably just going to be R-Type. I'm enjoying this one the most of all the games I've played so far, so... I'm a certified R-Type enjoyer. By the way, one of the things I did off stream was I just kept picking up speed power-ups to to see what would happen. To see if maybe you could get some kind of super power-up if you kept picking them up. Doesn't happen, you just keep getting faster. Well, there's probably a limit on it at some point, but by the time I picked up 3 or 4 of them, it was just fucking uncontrollable. There's an arcade in Liverpool with an R-Type machine. Matthew should sail over there to show off his R-Type skills. Hey, I might do it. I might just do it. When's Blazing Lasers? Do people actually want to see another Blazing Lasers run? I will take another run at it if you want to see it, but I think my prospects of finishing it are pretty low. Because all it really takes is a game over on that last stage, or a death even. And the chances of getting anywhere just fucking plummet. If I play it again, you'll probably see the checkpoint I'm talking about. I haven't used any save states now. But there is a Japanese version of the game which is split in half, so you get to start halfway through. And I have used that. It's one of those things that's a little bit hard to notice when you're busy just trying to survive, but you actually get points for breaking all the cosmetic parts of the ship, which is cool. I've never played a VR game, but Cyan announced a while back that they're remaking Riven, and it was only then that I... Fuck. As soon as I started fucking talking. Anyway. It was only then that I realised that they're still making Firmament. For some reason I thought they weren't making it. So that's good news for me. And also that it's not VR exclusive, I don't think. Had it in my head that it was a VR exclusive. That was bad. Forgot my strategy for that part. Gonna start over. December is going okay. It's very cold here. Very cold. I think it's too early to say anything about Tears of the Kingdom. See how it goes. I'm glad they haven't shown much so far. I presume that there's a lot more in the game than what they've shown. It's not just going to be 2 extra abilities in the exact same world as Breath of the Wild. Someone asked if there was anything that piqued my interest from the Game Awards. I don't know. I don't think I saw all the trailers. I just looked at the news afterwards. So I didn't see everything. It's one reason to watch these shows. I end up watching them all the time. And one reason is, you know, maybe something will be shown that doesn't really get much attention, but that I'd be interested in. So maybe there was something shown that I should have been aware of. Well, I suppose the standout for me was that Bayonetta game. It looks like it's going to be very narrative heavy, but maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised by it in some ways. Oh yeah, Death Stranding 2. Where Sam has dyed his hair grey for some reason. Judas could be good, yeah. I think it's a little strange that Ken Levine disappeared for so long and then came back with what seems to be just another Bioshock game, but maybe there'll be more to it than they've shown so far. Very strange name for a game though, to just call it Judas. It's a name. It's not very Googleable. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm happy to see Platinum try something else as well. I wish it was more in my wheelhouse, but hopefully they'll keep making more arcade games and stuff as well. You know, I can't begrudge them for wanting to do other stuff. That's assuming it does turn out to be a kind of narrative heavy. Like the little demo that's in Bayonetta 3, I didn't talk about it at all because I didn't want to spoil anybody on it when I was streaming Bayonetta, but the little demo that's in Bayonetta 3, it's very much just narrative focused. The gameplay is minimal, to say the least. So, I don't know. But then, on the other hand, I heard that you control her with the left stick and you control Cheshire with the right stick. And it has a fixed camera, or, you know, like a... You're not expected to control the camera, so... Maybe the gameplay will work for me. Maybe it'll be something I'm into. Could be. I would imagine that there's probably not a lot of depth to it, though. Would like to be pleasantly surprised by that, though. I like the visuals of all the fairy stuff, by the way. I think they did that cool. There's lots of nice little subtle effects in the storybook in Bayo 3. The way the textures have that... I don't know what the term for it is. The quality where they're kind of stuck in... They're detached from the character, so that the texture is almost in its own little realm of positioning or whatever. And I like Cheshire a lot. Cheshire is one of my favourite additions in Bayo 3, so I'm definitely up for more Cheshire. This is kind of spoilery. Gonna get into Bayonetta spoilers a little bit. Bayonetta 3 spoilers. It's kind of spoilery, but since Cheshire is so weird, I feel like they're going to reveal that Cheshire is actually somebody that we know already. I just get this impression because his identity is so strange and unknown or whatever. I don't know. Part of me thinks it could be Balder. I've been trying to think who it could be. He smokes from a little pipe, and the way he does it seems kind of Balderish. Yeah, but Luca was called Cheshire because of Cheshire. And yeah, and it might be a circular thing like that. That's true, but I don't, from what I remember, I don't think Cheshire is particularly clumsy or anything like that. But then I was looking at its design, right? When they announced that Bayonetta Origins thing, I was looking at Cheshire's design again, and obviously he's got that black and white motif, you know, to mirror Bayonetta herself, obviously, because of the lumen and the umbra, right? His face is like split in half with the black and white, and it makes me think maybe it's Bayonetta and Rosa or something like that. Maybe both of them are in there. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something fucky with him though, like that, something. But whatever he turns out to be, I really liked him in Bayo 3. I liked him more than Viola, personally. Cheshire is definitely not Wonder Red, but he could be Wonder Blue. Like, you get a sense of his personality. It's kind of carefree, I would say. Fuck that up. Oh, by the way, obviously I don't think Cheshire is Wonder Blue. I don't think that that's a crossover that's happening. I'm just saying in terms of personality. If you had to pick someone, who it is. He's not quite Wonder Blue either though. He doesn't show off enough for that. He's kind of disinterested, you know? Which makes me think of Balder, personally. If I had to bet on any Bayonetta character, it would be Balder. This boss is fucking brutal with the RNG, man. It's definitely... That was rough. From what I've seen, I think people are overly harsh on Bayo 3. I still like the first game more, but I think people are overly harsh on Bayo 3. And I'll be the first one to say it has issues that I don't think it should have. I talked about them when I was playing it. I don't know if I even mentioned the off-screen attacks when I was streaming it. But it was actually the first thing I noticed about the game. So at that point I was already attempting to make my peace with it. And I don't know, maybe I did mention it when I was talking about the way attacks have to look for you to dodge them consistently or something. But that's part of it. You know, you can do off-screen attacks and still have them be okay, as long as there's a strong cue for it that you can time correctly all the time, but I don't think Bayo 3 accomplished that in many cases. Definitely has issues it shouldn't have, but it's got a lot going for it as well. I don't know, I don't feel too strongly about picking a game of the year. But I was asked last stream and I said Hyper Demon, which I still haven't put nearly as much time into that game as I would like to. So, I don't know. Yeah, I've beaten this stage before, yeah. Ghosts and Goblins was last year. That was last year. Yeah, I played SMT5. I loved the fucking soundtrack. That was tough. Look at those bullets there. That was rough, man. I would definitely have to go with SMT3 because it doesn't have level scaling. I think removing the level scaling from SMT5 would improve it a lot. Maybe it doesn't... Maybe they put it in because it didn't mesh very well with the open world. Maybe you have to... Maybe there's like a knock-on effect there that you have to experience to understand why they did it, but... yeah. I don't know what that means, Limbo. Are you talking about Silent Hill 2? $60 FPS update? I don't know what EE is either. I don't know, I hadn't heard of this. I don't see the frame rate making a big difference to that game. Enhanced edition. It's a fan-made PC version, okay. I don't know, it's nice that it's happening, but it wouldn't be the top of my list for 60 FPS treatment, you know? What I'm saying is, it's the kind of thing. It's not the kind of thing that makes me want to go back and play it again. It's the kind of thing that's good to have there if you ever want to play it again, but it doesn't exactly make me want to go back and play it. Thank you, Talon. I don't know what Dark Forces is, so I have no idea. I don't know, fellas. I don't know what's coming out. I don't know what games are. I play Shmups. That's what I do. Like Ryan Gosling in Drive, except instead of driving, I shmup. I shmup. Yeah, I shmup. Fuck. I'm giving you a night stream. Giving you a night stream to tell you how I feel, chat. I shmup. I'm still slow, I don't even know. I hesitated to pick up that thing. I didn't even know what speed I was. It's funny, I used to find the boss here just as hard as the stage, if not harder, but now it's... if I can get to the boss, it's pretty much guaranteed. Harsh, 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 harsh fucking pattern there. I think it's better to do partial charges like this rather than waiting for that gauge to fill up, because it seems to do splash damage regardless. I don't know, I could probably test that more, but without save states I'm not going to bother. That was one, if I hadn't gotten greedy there. Yeah, it was finished. I should have just fucking played it patiently. As far as I can tell, it's the only boss with a time limit. It does have a time limit, which happened on stream last time. Before I figured out the charge shot strategy, I was beating him sometimes and running out of time, and when you run out of time, he kind of explodes. All of his pieces go everywhere, and it can be hard to avoid. And I think I still have a little bit of fear of that happening, even though it hasn't happened in a good while. But you know, even if he had exploded at the end there, he only had 4 pieces left or something. Just to clarify, one of the reasons that boss is a bit harder than it looks, one of the things that's kind of subtle about it is because the core itself moves around, when it fires a thing out, the thing has to come back on a different trajectory, so it ends up coming out on one trajectory and going back on a different one. And you have to get used to tracking where the core is to know which direction to dodge the return on each of the projectiles. It's surprisingly tricky. That didn't happen just there, but it reminds me, I think one of the... I think I'm on my last life now, so maybe, yeah, I'll shut the fuck up for a little while. It's gonna be tricky to dodge the shot from that guy when I have to move up to the right. Oh, I got an extra life, cool. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. What I was gonna say was it didn't catch me out there, but I think one criticism to this game that will remain is that the pod doesn't always behave the way you would expect. There's certain surfaces in the game that just fuck it up for some reason. Like the bit where you... It was happening on the last stream with... or no, so it was happening on the very first Shmup stream, I think. Where... with the second boss, I think, where it was kind of getting stuck in that heart thing underneath the boss. There's a part where it gets stuck as well, in the part where all the things come in and loop around. There's a little kind of backwards L beam there, and if you shoot the pod in there, it gets stuck. I don't really blame them, because I'm sure I couldn't have done any better on fucking 1980s hardware, but it does kind of suck. Yeah, you get one of 50k. I think you get one of 200k as well. Pretty sure you can get at least 2 lives. Just taking a break for a minute. I've been playing poorly so far. Even though I'm getting further than I was on the last streams, I know I can do better than this. I will be back in a minute. Very awkward to get out of this stream setup. Fucking cables all over the place. Hello, fellas. It's really fucking cold here. I know it's not cold temperature for most of you, but... or for some of you, anyway. But I am cold. Put my headphones back on. Minus... fuck off. You're not telling the truth. The minus 20? Is it minus 20 where you are, Snake? Really? Minus 18 in Poland. Fucking hell. Minus 5 in Quebec. Yeah. I figure most viewers are American, and probably it's a higher temperature for most of them right now, but there's a few of you there that are... minus 10. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, we could be talking in different different measurements, but I assume most people are talking Celsius. 70 in Arizona right now. Fahrenheit, obviously. I forget how it works with Fahrenheit. Is Fahrenheit... it's a different scale, but do they meet at 0? Is 0 Fahrenheit 0 Celsius as well? Oh, 32 Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius. Oh, okay. They meet at minus 40. That's weird. Okay. Forget what my plan is here. I think I want to keep the red weapon if possible, just because it shreds the boss of the next level so hard, even though it makes this slightly harder. I think I like the other strategy I was using on the last stream more, where I go in and get the rebound weapon and use that. But the thing is, none of the other weapons allow your options to shoot. I'm just going to call them options, right? None of them, as far as I can tell, none of the other ones cause them to shoot. So this one seems like it's just straight up better in that way. Maybe if I have the red thing, I should just be killing these things. It does shred them. It seems like I'm at very little risk. Oh, I don't know. Oh! Ooh. Can probably just kill these things as well. As you can tell, it's not often I get here with this weapon. Oh! Oh, that's painful. That's painful. I got killed by the worm thing emerging from the ground. The reason I go that way, I don't know if it's the best thing to do, but this is what I like to do. I go here, because it gives me a little bit of space to bait that guy into shooting in the wrong direction and then kind of circle around behind him. That's painful. Alright, hopefully I can still get through this guy. Painful. Painful, painful, painful. Man, that one really fucking hurt. That one hurt. Well, we'll find out how long power-ups last now. Oh, the red weapon fucking shreds them. It's over in a few seconds. It completely shreds them, especially if you have two options like that as well. I mean, it's just so much DPS. It's a guaranteed win if you can get in with that red laser. That's why it's not in this stage. Well, I shouldn't say it's a guaranteed win, but it's close to it. I feel like you move slower through those reeds at the bottom of the screen. Might just be my imagination, but that's an example of what I was talking about there. How it's a little bit difficult to predict which path the thing is going to take back. I'm really hoping that this is the hardest boss in the game. I am really, really hoping that this is the hardest boss. Thought it was safe and I read the chat. And I call it every time reading the chat gets me killed, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you every time. Not that time. No, you move at the same speed, I think. Down the bottom. Oh, I think the pod saved me there. I think the kind of chip damage from the pod saved me. Still have a continue left after this, I think. I like my strategy for this part. I feel like the checkpoint is basically confirmed about 20 seconds before I get there, which is nice. This part is deceptively hard as well, by the way. Just steering in between those things. It's harder than it looks. Okay, I see, look, I don't know why the pod is stuck there. I don't know what's happened now. I don't know what the fuck to do now. That's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I kind of want to watch that back. This is one reason why games take longer to make. Hopefully the pod doesn't fucking do that in any new R-type games. Dev's too busy playing R-type. Yeah, man, why make games when you can play them? I don't dev, I shmup. Seriously though, why make games when you can play them? I'll turn on that super chat feature. I'll fucking do it, chat. Oh. Okay, I'm going again. Fuck it. Oh, I'm not sure what all the R's are about. Giving me some energy for the new run, is that it? Yeah, I've watched Sakurai's channel. That was actually something I was thinking I should bring up on the stream. Because there was another video that I disagreed with, but I can't remember which one. I was saying that the one where he said that, you know, just shut up and enjoy new games. Didn't really sit right with me. But there was one before that as well, I think, that I didn't agree with. I like Sakurai. I think his channel is good. It's pretty surface level, but at least each video is only a couple of minutes long. The videos are only as long as they need to be. And I have quibbles, but there was one that I didn't like. I think I didn't like it even more than the one where he said just enjoy new games, but I can't remember what one it was. No, I agree that games are great value, actually. It's funny, I'm of two minds about it. Like, the only reason I haven't played Sol Cresta already is because I don't want to pay that much for it. Part of the reason I don't want to pay that much for it, I said this all on prior streams, you know, I'm totally happy to have given Platinum my money for the Wonderful 101 Kickstarter and all that. And I'm happy to support them. I'm eternally grateful that they took it upon themselves to preserve that game. But the main reason that I haven't bought it is just because I feel like buying it is endorsing the price that they set it at, and I don't think that it's a viable business strategy. If their business strategy for the arcade games that they want to make is that they're all going to be €50 or whatever it is, I don't think that's viable, you know? So I kind of don't want to send the signal that it's okay. Because even if people like me buy it, like, oh yeah, I like Platinum, whatever, I'll pay a little bit more than I'm comfortable with for this game. People aren't going to do that forever, you know? Like myself, at some point the goodwill depletes and it's just like, I have to just buy the game based on what I'm willing to spend on it. And I think most people aren't willing to spend that for that game. Like, I don't know how clear I'm making myself here, but for example, I could be totally wrong because I'm not a business guy. And hopefully I never will be. But I feel like if Sol Cresta was priced at half of its current price, it would have already made more money, you know? And maybe part of the strategy is that they get to put it on sale at a deep discount and still have it make a reasonable amount of money. That I can understand. But do you get what I'm saying? It's not... like weird, it's not a paradox, and it's not even that weird. It's just I think if they had put it at a lower price, it would have sold enough copies to make up for the lower price, and that it would have sold a lot more. That's the only reason I haven't bought it, is just I want to send the signal that it's just not the right pricing for that kind of game. I think anyway, you know. And maybe they can't release arcade games for less than that because of their business structure or whatever reason. You know, like too many people need to be involved because it's a big company or something. I'm not sure. You know, presumably if they're making a game, they have to at least have someone like Inaba checking in on it every once in a while. And his time is worth a lot. And so that jacks up the price somewhat. You know, like it's gotta get signed off on by different people. Maybe that's part of it, you know, that a smaller indie team doesn't have that. I don't know, but all I'm saying is if they keep releasing arcade games at that price, the arcade series is probably not going to be successful, if I had to guess. And so I don't want to trick them into thinking that it's the right path to go down by contributing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, well, it's definitely short because it's a shoot 'em up, but you can get a lot of value out of a short game, you know? I don't know. What were we talking about though? Yeah, I still haven't figured out which Sakurai video it was I disagreed with. I was thinking I should say that to the chat, but I can't remember which one. I'm sorry, probably people were guessing and I've missed the guesses, but if anybody wants to guess, I might see it and it might twig something for me. No, not the Fiend's Cauldron, not the cat, although I think that was dumb. I think the Fiend's Cauldron is fine. Game proposals, no. I agree with him that you should keep shit short. I don't know. Yeah, there was that one, the exercise while you game. I should certainly exercise more than I do, and you know, I would do it more if I did it while I was playing stuff. That's true. Oh, there was a third dot. I don't even know what happens if you pick up a third one. Probably nothing, if I had to guess. The hit stop is more of a quibble than a straight up disagreement. I don't know what it was. I'll try and remember for next stream. No, the jump physics is a thing. I don't. It doesn't work like that in Mushido right now, but I've been thinking of doing that for the player character. The player character is actually less fleshed out or less finalized than a bunch of the enemies at this point. I don't know. No, he'll definitely be a beetle. No, the way he looks is all finalized. It's just what his moves are like and the exact values on his moves. That's not finalized. His temp sprites are still pretty shitty. Like, some of the enemies have way better temp sprites now. His are shitty. I need some new temp sprites for him to get enthusiastic about doing his moves. Trying to finalize his moves. Still think it's important to focus on enemies for now, though. Oh yeah, I was trying to think. Siesta, you said something on the last stream that I wanted to respond to, but I couldn't. I remembered what it was. Um, when I was finished, you said he's sitting there awkwardly waiting for the stream to end. I do have to wait, by the way. If you're ever wondering why there's always a big delay between me saying goodbye and then actually the stream finally ending, it's just a button press on my end. It's not awkward. I just mute the mic and just sit back for a second and wait for it to be over. But yeah, there's a delay, and for some reason when you hit the end stream button, the stream just instantly ends on the other end. So if I say goodbye and then hit the button, you won't even hear me saying goodbye. It'll just go goodbye and it'll be over, you know. So yeah, it's a bit strange how it works. So yeah, I have to sit there in silence for a couple of seconds before I press the button to end the stream. And I don't know exactly how long it takes, so there's always going to be like a little bit of... well, Mushido renders to 1080p. We can do some things at that level. But the internal resolution... Actually, no, all the shaders are done at that level as well. Yeah. The internal resolution, I forget what it is exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's the same as Blasphemous. 640 by 360 or something. It's a widescreen. It's like a... It's about SNES level, but it's widescreen. That's what the resolution is. It should, I forget, I should check this before we get any further into it. It's a little awkward because I would like the player character to be a little bit smaller on screen than he is at the moment. But I also would prefer if it was an integer scale to 720p and 1080p, and I think the only way it's basically whatever resolution is an integer scale to both of those, and 4K obviously. So it shouldn't look nice on everything going forward. There shouldn't be any weird artifacts or anything like that. That's why I picked it. But I would like the player character to be a little bit smaller on screen, but in order to do that and keep an integer scale, you can't see. The awkward thing is 720p Again, I need to do more research into this, but yeah, this is an interesting thing to discuss. As far as I'm aware, 720p doesn't integer scale into 1080p, which is kind of shitty, right? Yeah, you would have to redraw the sprite, but the sprite would now have 4 times as many pixels in it, which means that you're on a totally different kind of level of detail and scale and stuff like that. I don't know. It's a yeah, I did know that about Rain World, yeah. Rain World had a fixed 1366 by 768 resolution because that's what the developer had on their laptop. Um I did know that. Such a strange resolution. I think I had a laptop with that resolution as well. Um yeah. So basically I want to pick a resolution that will scale nicely. Because Rain World has to have black bars or something like that in order not to fuck up the scaling. Um, so basically, I want to avoid having to have black bars on stuff if I can. But it's a little bit awkward because if you ask me, the middle ground for the type of game that we're making, to have like a reasonable level of detail, but also scale the game, like zoom the camera where I want it to be, would probably be a little bit more. But not all the way up to 720p, because that's a whole different world of sprite art, basically. It's kind of a... This is my one misgiving about the Steam Deck, is that I... I'm sure it would have jacked up the price a lot, and they had to, I'm sure they thought about all this, so I'm not dunking on them or anything like that. I'm sure that they made the right trade-offs to get it at the price that they did, because it seems like very impressive hardware for the price that you get it at. It looks like it's being sold at cost, or maybe even a loss or something. But the fact that it's 720p on the screen, it's a little bit unfortunate, because I feel like 720p was about to die until that happened, and now it's guaranteed to be around as a resolution that you want to think about for at least the next 5 years or so. Because I have to imagine, maybe I'm wrong, but I have to imagine Nintendo's next console will have a 1080p screen. Fun fact, there is a moment at the start of these stages where you can move and the game plays, but you can't pause. Just trying to pause there, take a sip of my tea. No, the Steam Deck is 720p screen. And I think that if the Steam Deck hadn't come out and Nintendo released a new console, it would have been, at that point, it would have been safe for developers to assume that players have a 1080p display. That, for me, would have been the moment where you go, okay. It's finally okay now to assume that 1080p is the minimum. But I think the Steam Deck is going to delay that by a few years. Well, of course, there's also a bunch of Switches in the wild. It's not like everybody's going to upgrade all at once. Developers are still going to want to support the Switch for a while. So maybe the Steam Deck doesn't actually play a factor in that at all. I don't know. I don't think going over 720p is overkill for a portable. I think there's benefits to be had. I think for a screen the size of the Switch, probably over 4K. I think you could get up to 4K, and then over that, it's not really. It's maybe not worth it anymore. But I don't know. It's hard to tell because I mean, all you have to do is project forward 30 years or something, and imagine that a screen can be 32K at that size. Are people really going to settle for an 8K screen just because it's much cheaper? Or are they going to go, yeah, I want to play games in, you know, whatever. I don't actually know if that's going to be viable because... you know, Moore's Law is dead or whatever. I don't know if it's dead, but, you know. Computing jumps ain't what they used to be. I don't know how to survive this without a pod. I'm just going to have to wing it. Fuck it. I wouldn't... I think people are kind of mistaking my point. What I'm saying is, for a screen the size of the Switch, people probably aren't going to settle for... I mean, long term. I mean, really, really long term, right? Really, really long term. Let's just assume that computing keeps getting better all the time for a good while yet, and displays keep getting better for a good while yet, which is not a given, but let's just imagine that we have a similar level of progress that we've had so far for the next 30 years or something like that. People aren't going to settle for what looks fine. People are going to want a little bit of overkill. It's probably always going to settle at a point which is a little bit of overkill. That's my point. So if it turns out it's a little bit of overkill to have a Switch with a 4K display, I think people are still going to want that. Because if they see something at 1080p and they can see little flaws in it that they know wouldn't be there at 4K, even if the 4K is overkill, they're going to want the 4K. That's my guess about where things will settle in the end. I think a lot of people don't realize what a big jump it is every time this happens as well. You should go and look up a picture of the, you know, a 1080p rectangle inside of a 4K rectangle. Because it's both numbers increase, it's actually 4 times the resolution. So it's a huge jump, and it does seem kind of a shame to waste processing power if it's not necessary to have a visual difference, but I just don't think people are going to settle on that front. They're going to want a little bit of overkill. That's my guess. I'd be down for a 3D Switch. I think the interesting thing about the Switch, I've said this before, but I think one of the interesting things about this is that if Nintendo play their cards right with the Switch, they can kind of get all their old gimmicks back over time. You know? Like, there's no reason why the next Switch can't have a dock which is just a cable or something, and now all of a sudden you have a Wii U, but it's not called a Wii U, and people can enjoy it. because they think it's a Switch, but it's actually a Wii U, and they're like, wow, this is really cool having two screens, you know? And now all of a sudden you've tricked them into buying the successor to the Wii U by just calling it a Switch but giving it a cable. And then, you know, maybe next generation the screen is a 3D screen like the 3DS screen, and now you have the 3DS back. But it's still in the Switch form factor, you know? And then you make the Joy-Cons a little better. You give the Joy-Cons some better tracking or whatever, and now everybody has an original Wii as well. So they can really, I think over time, they could really just build all their old gimmicks back in, which would be great for, you know, preserving some old games. Whether or not they give a shit about that, I don't know, but... Was the two screens gimmick actually good for anything? Well, I don't know. I do think part of the problem with it is that people treated it like it was a DS when it wasn't, because it involved you having to move your head up and down, which is a whole different ball game from just moving your eyes. But there's definitely some things on the DS that could come back. That have gone away, like Etrian Odyssey. I think Etrian Odyssey would work perfectly well with the kind of dual screen setup that the Wii U had. There's a bunch of games where the bottom screen, I can't really think of any off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there was a bunch of games where the bottom screen was just a touchpad input and the top screen was something else, you know, was the actual game. Maybe Kirby Canvas Curse worked that way. I don't know, but there was at least a couple of games that worked like that. That would work. I don't think that everything would work. Kid Icarus Uprising was like that, right? Yeah. So I don't think every game would work, but it would certainly go a long way towards getting some of those DS franchises back on track. Yeah, Ghost Trick doesn't need the top screen, but it benefits from the touch input. I suppose part of the problem there is just, you know, they as far as I'm aware, they haven't done this with the Switch, and I can understand why they'd be very hesitant to. But it would necessitate games having a label on them to let you know that they have to be played at home. Unless you're going to ask developers to have two modes, which kind of, that defeats the purpose, right? Either you can draw the Etrian Odyssey map or you can't, right? Or you can point exactly where you want or you can't, you know? Yeah, that was the big problem with it in Enemy. That's what I was getting at. I don't know if I was clear about that, but yeah, you don't have both screens in your field of vision at all times. There's one thing that bugs me when people talk about the Wonderful 101. I can understand that the port could be better, but you know, the picture-in-picture mode is actually better than using it on the pad, because you had to keep looking up and down and stuff, you know? I don't know, man. I've never played the Homeworld series, so I don't know. Yeah, I think the problem with the picture-in-picture mode is just the presentation of it. The way it's just a kind of small screen overlaid. That's the one way that it's the one way that it's worse, is that it's just like, well, it's picture-in-picture, you know, the picture is eating the other picture, and kind of, that can make it a little bit confusing. I could definitely understand why it would be more confusing than it originally was, to have the two screens as completely separate entities. I still wish it had a fucking second monitor mode. I would hack it in if I could, but I don't think that's within grasp for a cheat engine hack. Thought I was safe and I looked away. That's a chat death. I'm actually warm now. The room always warms up when I'm streaming. It's finally hit a point where I'm actually warm. Ever thought about making a Steam curator page or something similar? I don't want to do that. I've been tempted to make more recommendation videos lately though. I think if I relaxed my standards just ever so slightly, just a tiny bit, I could probably recommend a lot more games on the main channel. Probably not even. I think I'm probably overselling how much. I mean, like, Cooler World's a great game and all, but is it the fucking? It's not the best thing since fucking sliced bread. So it's not like the recommendations were ever complete must plays. So. There's a bunch of games. There's actually one of the most fun things about doing the context sensitivity video was just getting a bunch of footage of games onto the channel that wouldn't have made it if I had stopped. You know, if I hadn't come back, stuff like Returnal. You know, if I make another video, I'm gonna have to get Ghosts and Goblins in there somewhere. You know. But like, that would be one game. I would have no hesitation doing a Ghosts and Goblins recommendation video. Although it does seem ever so slightly self-serving, considering I want to make a similar game. But Maybe not so self-serving, because I don't know if I can make a better game than that. Like, alright, thanks, Matthew, now I don't have to play your game. Okay. Oh, I was gonna play Mushido, but then I watched your your Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection video, and it just looked much better, so... Oh, okay. Hopefully one day that blob boss will be as consistent as that boss is now. I don't have any modern anime to recommend. I haven't been watching anime, and I don't really like the look of what I'm seeing out there. I don't know, is there anything genuinely good? Chainsaw Man. I would like to watch Chainsaw Man, but I don't know. I know it's not over. I don't think the manga is even over yet, is it? I tried reading Fire Punch a long time ago. It's the same guy as Chainsaw Man, right? Tried reading it, I just couldn't get into it. I loved the premise, but I just couldn't get into it. Still think maybe if I just went back to it on the right day, it would click with me, but... I think I have the right idea there of shooting the ones that it's shooting at me, because it kind of keeps the escape route open. You do less splash damage that way, but that went very smoothly. It feels like it's worth the trade-off of losing the splash damage just to keep yourself safe. The fuck? Dirty. That was fucking cheap. You cheap little fucker. Thought I missed my window to move there. Oh. Whew. Nearly messed that up. Fuck. Okay. Fuck! Oh, that's that. That's that. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna go again. Trying to behave how I would off stream. I was tempted to do Blazing Lasers or something just to vary up the stream, but what I actually want to do is just keep playing R-Type, so that's what I'm gonna do. not going to repeat everything I said about Sol Crest earlier, but somebody asked about it there. I think maybe part of the problem with that game, like maybe part of the reason why the price is where it was, is because it's 3D. I think it is. I haven't played it, but from what I've looked at, it's 3D with a kind of filter on it. Maybe if they're going to keep making arcade games, they need a little light 2D engine or something that they can work with. Or, I don't know, they might not want to do that just because making sprites is a fucking headache. The nice thing about a 3D model is you make it once and then you can animate it however you like. So I can understand why that would be difficult to let go of if you're used to making 3D games. They probably don't even have anybody on staff that is good at or wants to do sprites in the first place, so... I don't even have anybody on staff that wants to make sprites. I don't know, I don't think I can boost the audio any more than it already is right now. I can higher up the game audio more if anybody wants that. You want a little bit higher? I'll put it a little bit higher. You can object if you like if I go overdo it or whatever. Should be a bit higher now. No, I don't really want to use AI, and I'm not convinced that AI could make sprite art right now. I know people have been talking about it a lot and, you know, using those generators and stuff like that, but I don't think I've seen any of them do sprite art, and I don't think that they would be able to do it. If my colleague is to be believed, a big part of the problem with sprite art, or part of the difficulty, is that, you know, you change even one pixel and it starts to look wrong, or, you know, not as good as it could. Because you're really relying on the mind's eye to fill in details, so like you really have to give a shit about every single pixel and how it contributes to the overall thing. And I imagine that an AI would struggle with that a lot. But even if it could generate sprite art, I mean, how would you get it to do an animation, let's say, you know? Because if you're just pumping in keywords, it's not going to spit out the same thing every time. So... But yeah, neither of us wants to use AI in the first place anyway. So, just handmade games. times am I going to? Fucking. Yeah, the plagiarism problem. I mean, there's a whole. This is a whole massive topic unto itself. But yeah, I also think there's a glaring problem with the way that they rely on human-made art in the first place to train themselves. But then those artists don't get credit for the output or whatever. Yeah. Personally, I'm not really excited for Rain World Downpour. Happy for anybody who is, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. I mean, I'm totally open to be surprised by it. It might. I'll probably play it at some point, and I might enjoy it more than I suspect. But I don't know. Just at a glance, the first thing at a glance off the top of my head is like this: the new slug cats look overcomplicated and kind of seem to defeat the simplicity of the original game, you know? I don't know. So they're not, I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't really make a lot of sense because, I mean, my impression of it, because the original slug cat could have looked like anything and the game still would have been good, you know? But I think there's the way it's designed is so kind of generic and simple, works with the themes of the game and all that kind of stuff. It just looks like a simple little organism that would spring up anywhere. I don't know. Yeah, new zones and stuff. Yeah, maybe it'll be good. Yeah, I know they're working on something else. I'm more interested in that. Hope that turns out well. I knew they were going to tease it too early though. They did like a fucking year-long teaser for the Switch release of Rain World. And I was thinking, are they going to add? What are they going to add? Are they going to add babies or, you know, what's happening? And then it's like, yeah, it's coming out on the Switch after about a year. I don't think I'm exaggerating there. I think it was a year-long teaser for the Switch release. So when they showed off stuff for the new game, I was like, I'm just going to forget about this until it comes out. I much prefer the Zachtronics method of, okay, here's a game, it's coming out in a week. If I am ever comfortable enough to do that, you can absolutely be sure that's the path I will take. So, if all goes well, after I release a game and become a multi-millionaire, you will never hear about one of my games again until it's about a month away from release. How did I get into the gameplay? Did I look up stuff of Rain World? No. Just played it. It's the kind of thing that just can go a bit wrong. So I think it's hard to blame people who bounce off it. It's hard to blame them too much. I think on my first or second attempt to play it, I ended up in the drainage system. So yeah, you just have to stick with it. That's all. But no, I enjoy discovering stuff myself. So there was all kinds of little things that make it easier to play that I was happy to discover. Another unfortunate thing that happened to me was, this is a Rain World spoiler. It's a mechanic spoiler. One of the earlier things you would figure out. On one of my very first attempts to play the game, I saw some stuff sticking out of the wall and I went, that looks kind of like my spear. And then I threw my spear at a wall and it just bounced off. And I was disappointed. I thought that maybe I could, you know, throw my spear into the wall to make it stick there so I could jump on it. And then lo and behold, and so I gave up on that. Lo and behold, you know, a few hours later I tried it again and it worked. I should have tried it again, but like, it looked like a place where I could stick in, and I think maybe I just barely bounced off the top of, you know, a pipe opening or something like that, and it kind of bounced off it, and so I was under the misapprehension that I couldn't stick pipes into the wall for a while, you know. And that's just how it goes when you don't tell people anything, but it's cool to figure stuff out for yourself. I will say, my biggest concern about the Downpour DLC is I know that there's some quality of life shit in there, and I disagree with the idea of including a bunch of quality of life shit in Rain World of all games. But if that stuff is turned on by default, that goes from being a, oh, I'm not interested into this, to like genuine fucking problem with the game. That would be a big problem. I think that the game would lose a lot of its appeal if you told everybody how to play it. It would lose a lot of what makes it special, in my mind. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that makes it special as well, but that's part of it. So I really hope they don't do that. Pretty sure that thing at the top always shoots its bullets in the exact same way, so this boss should be a freebie from now on, if I get to it. There's always a chance that I'll end up touching a wall, because it's a very tight fit in here, but still, it's a lot easier than the last one. What's my opinion on your failing marriage? I think it's just because you don't play enough shmups. Basically, you have to win respect by becoming a shmup god. And then it'll all be good. Hey, this is the farthest we've got on stream. There's a path coming up here, I don't know which one to take. I don't know which one to take. In the middle, maybe? God damn. Those three fuckers that spawn at the back make this so much harder, man. They make it so much harder. Well, I think I can be happy about nearly recovering there. This is it. This attempt is over now. Yeah. No fucking way. Once you let that missile guy get up, it's over. If you don't have a pod, if you have a pod, you can survive it, but... Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play R-Type, but we're going to play a different part of R-Type. R-Type Part 2. Wherein the original R-Type ship gets killed by the new one. Fucking brutal pattern there. Brutal. Feel like it... I don't know. It's like it baited me by moving the wrong way or something like that. It kind of adjusted itself, I think. Have to watch it back. Maybe I imagined it. I understand the use of randomness to inject some difficulty, but I do think it's too random. More often than not, it's a pretty fucking brutal boss fight. But sometimes you get freebie fights against him as well, where it just hangs back and you can just pick away at him. So it's just... it's inconsistent, you know what I mean? I got lazy there, hoping the beam would do the job for me, and it didn't. Alright. Okay, I actually am ready to play something else after this, I think. Blazing lasers, maybe? I wasn't sure if I was far enough back there. I thought I might die for that. I don't think I could have tapped left again for a short enough period of time to move further back without dying. Suppose yeah, need to plan for that. What I should do in that case is I should move right again and just try and move back a second time. If that happens, if I end up in a place where I think I'm gonna die. Now we can practice this bit again. This will be over quickly though. This really is very hard. It doesn't look like it should be this hard. Too far forward. Fuck. Doing PC Engine stuff for now, fellas. This game is fucking savage, man. It has no fucking mercy whatsoever. I refuse to believe this is 6 out of 10 on the difficulty. It's fucking it's just merciless, man. That's the thing. It just has no fucking mercy whatsoever. It never lets up. It never fucking lets up. It's like 2 missile turrets, and then you go down to kill them, and the guy next to them just fires a shot, and you've no idea that he's even shooting, and the bullet just comes out, and you're fucking gone. You're just gone. Don't get me wrong, I think this is a large part of why I'm enjoying it, but... if I just hit them... Okay, I'm getting more consistent with this, though. 2 attempts past that point is good. It gets easier. It always gets easier. As you start to get more stuff back up, it gets easier. I'm gonna go up. I don't know which path to take here. Okay, it looks like I took a good path. Okay, I think that's a checkpoint. But, you know, now I've lost all my upgrades. Yeah. It's about as far as I've gotten. There's another brutal wave here, so if I have no upgrades now, this is going to be fucking nigh impossible. Yeah, I have to get up and intercept that wave. I don't know. Look, that's just fucking brutal, man. I don't know. I can't... Those things stick around for ages, by the way. They take a very long route through the level, so I really can't... I don't think that I can leave these things alive up here, so I feel like I'm forced to come up here. Okay, I'll do Soldier Blade after this. I think I've played a little bit of that one. It's I think it's from the same people that made Blazing Lasers. It feels similar anyway. Is that right? But then what? You know, I've no pod, I've nothing. Brutal. Okay, let's try out whatever that was. What was it? I can't remember. Soldier Blade? Let's give that a go. Star Parodier is probably easier than Soldier Blade, and they're in the same series. Okay, someone tell me then, which one comes first? I don't know if I have Star Parodier. But which one came out first? Can someone tell me? I'll play whichever one came out first. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have Star Parodier. Okay. This is it. Okay, I did play a little bit of this one at some point. There's 3 different weapon types. Then if I pick this up I lose it, but if I pick that up I get back. So I think I want all 3, but you can use them as bombs as well. Or something. I think I want all 3 to be the same color to get the maximum weapon level. That's the extent of my knowledge in this game. I don't even know for sure if that's what I want. That looks like it's upgraded even though I only have 1 blue one. So maybe this is as good as it gets. No, okay. But maybe the bomb thing down the bottom is misleading. Maybe it'll just keep upgrading. Okay, that's the maximum. The music sounds pretty subdued to me, so I think I'll raise the volume a little bit. This is the problem, is all these games have different volume levels, so finding one thing that works for them all isn't going to happen. You should be able to hear it a little better now. Let's try this again. By the way, blazing lasers is a lot easier going with the laser, but I was right that it's extremely painful on the bubble level. If you go in, I went into it without upgrades, and it's very painful. I actually did alright, but it was really hard. Way, way harder than it was when I was streaming. So that worked out well on the stream. I don't know, these lasers get cut off, so I don't know if they're as good as the one in Blazing Lasers. That looks like the exact same sprite that was in Blazing Lasers. It's probably a bad one for this boss. Oh. Will there be giant enemy brains in this game? Ah, okay, wait, hang on. I think I had 3 red there and I still upgraded. So to some extent the bomb count is separate from the weapon power. It seems like. It seems like I didn't power down for that. Maybe I want the laser for stages and the shot for bosses. I just had a funny thought. When you think about how much energy this laser is firing, the ship itself must have some enormous amount of stored energy. So when the ship explodes, like when the player dies, the whole planet should just be obliterated. Obviously, it could be some type of energy that's not so volatile that it's all going to explode at the same time, but it's funny to imagine if it was. Wow, that must have a lot of health. Oh! Yeah, I got greedy there. Are you for real, Wrench? The energy for lasers is teleported into the ship. It's in the manual. Is that? Please tell me that's real. No, you lied, you fucker. That would be cool. Oh fuck, I should have waited until it opened. This is the low speed. Fucking hell. Yeah, I just wish there was another setting that was a touch slower than this. It feels a little bit difficult to control at this speed, I think. The fuck? Oh, I can continue. Okay. Have I finally selected a game I can credit feed my way through? That might be nice. Okay, I'm still trying to understand the upgrade system. Seems like I have to pick up the same color of upgrade to upgrade, but once I do, it applies to all weapons. It's a little bit strange. No, that is the unupgraded form of the laser, right? I don't know. I know I can take multiple hits, but I'm not entirely sure how to build up the hit tolerance just yet. I think, yeah, at some point, yeah, getting used to this game, at some point, what I'm going to want to do is, if I already have 3 pickups, before I pick the next one up, I'm going to want to pop the special. Because a single screen clear is probably not usually as powerful as triggering the special attack, because it looks like they last a while. So I'm going to need to try and develop a habit of popping the special right before I pick one up. If I have 3. That seems to make sense to me right now. Figuring it out. Figuring it out live. I would say this is a shmup skill I didn't really have before. That I've developed since I just started playing them recently. Just baiting enemies into attacking the wrong place to make the wave easier for yourself. Obviously it's a pretty simple thing to do, but it's one thing to think of the idea and another to actually get used to doing it. My TV wants to turn itself off. Oh fuck, it's like some kind of gravity field or something that fucks up your controls. Oh, I was looking at the green ship there instead of myself. Oh, I'm invulnerable while I do that, I think. Very useful. That's way better than a screen clear. I'm kind of cheesing this part, I think. That's one of the nice things about shmups, though, isn't it? About them being hard. I mean, I do think that the genre got too hard too fast, but it's nice to not have to hold back. You know, so what? You get a couple of easy fucking kills on some wave. I mean, the game is still gunning for you anyway, so you don't have to feel bad about it. That worked out really nicely. I'm really happy with that. Fuck. Oh, that's nice. It prioritizes threats. Oh, that's the same guy from stage 1, is it? Keeps running away from me. Gonna have to kill him at the end. It's kind of, I don't want to sign my own death warrant here. It's kind of a shame that those guys can't hit the very bottom of the screen, because that was a very cool enemy wave with the horizontal and laser and vertical lasers, but it is made a lot easier. Oh, I don't like those bullets at all. What the fuck? Nah, I don't like that bullet pattern at all. That's very arbitrary, man. Whoa. Whoa, what the fuck? What's the lore here, fellas? Yeah, invulnerable while that's happening. That's cool. Oh, fuck. Man, this background is very fucking disorientating, man. Whoa. Just be careful if you're epileptic here. This is probably only going to get worse as the game gets more extreme, so... Oh. What's this? Oh. Oh, fuck. This is a cool wave as well. I really like this enemy wave. That's very cool. Very cool. It's the right weapon for the job here, I think. Seriously, they wait until you're in front of them? That's pretty fucking cheeky. Wait, I wasn't damaging them. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm sneaking up behind this big spaceship, it looks like. And those turrets don't give a shit about me until I get in front. Ah, this is over. I can't recover from this. No, give me that. Ah! Fuck. Alright, all the way back to the start. So far, getting powered down doesn't feel as bad as it feels in Blazing Lasers, so there's that. There's more levels of upgrades in Blazing Lasers. Oh, I didn't know they do that. Okay, fuck. Not bad if I say so myself. Do you think the visual on that big laser could be a bit clearer? I think that's that thing dead. I don't know what else I can hit here. I think they're just gonna die as soon as they attach. Yep. Oh, that's a tough fucking setup right there. That's a very interesting thing, the turret facing forwards like that. It's kind of cool. Not a fan of that though. I mean, I don't know. Just gotta memorize it, I suppose, or stay up here. Stay up here, I suppose. I don't think I'm expected to kill anything more. Maybe I have to kill that turret on the left before this will let me finish. Is that it? Yeah. I don't know if I could have looped around the top there anyway. I was just hoping to. Oh, it's one of the hardest parts of the game? Okay. I swear a lot in general in real life. Just how it is. I don't really do it in videos very much. But I swear a lot in real life. Okay, so it's only the left one that leaves from the bottom. Don't know whether I should have made that trade. Okay, yeah, I should have. That's good. Very mild flaw, but it's kind of weird that you just have to wait for this whole thing to end before they'll blow up. I fucking knew I was gonna get tagged there again and there. Fuck. Oh. Think I'm going back to the start of this stage again, but I feel like I've learned my lesson this time. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Finger slipped. Yeah, so far my biggest problem with this game is just that the visuals aren't clear. I really didn't see that laser until it was right on top of me. I don't think it's maybe slightly worse than blazing lasers in that regard. Not really, but I think it's something they have in common. I was lucky not to be hit by that. I don't know how I managed to avoid that. I think the projectile, the little bullet there just went off screen right before it could hit me. Okay. Okay, now we're shmupping. This is real fucking shmup shit right here. Okay. Whew. That was tough. That's tougher than any single thing in blazing lasers anyway. Thank you for the ore. I think my prospects of finishing this game are not good if the difficulty is going to continue to escalate from there. That was tough. For me anyway. I understand it's a light bullet hell, but I think I'm just gonna let that go. Oh ho ho. Some hacker had to open that door for me just in time. That's a whole game unto itself. Ah, fuck. It's 9S's job. Okay, I have to say those bombs are actually slightly underwhelming. I mean, I'm not inviting more bullets at this point, but I thought that was going to be a lot worse than it turned out to be. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to keep my lasers. Sorry, red thing. Was this guy in the intro? Oh, are they like guns? It's like it's holding them like guns. Oh, it's a variation of a guy I fought at the start. That's cool. This is cool. I've mostly been focusing on surviving and stuff, so I might have this wrong, but is this guy, he's basically piecing himself together and he's using different parts from prior bosses, right? Because it can't have been one boss that had both of these weapons. Unless I'm misremembering. Is he gonna do it again? Oh, that's really cool. I really like this. This is cool. This is really cool. Oh yeah, this is cool. Man, it was worth playing the game just for this. This is fucking cool. I love this. This is like a different... It's like a boss rush, but you know, a nice little variation. Oh. Oh, you dirty bastard! Wait, what the fuck? How far back am I sent here? This is... okay, right. Whew, for some reason I thought it sent me back to the prior stage. I didn't remember that intro. That intro only happens when you die, maybe? The bit where you get launched like that? Well, I'm not going to complain about that. I'll get to do that boss again. That was very fun. That's cool. Really like that. Game scored major fucking points there. Well, I will say it is a bit cheap, just how quickly that attack came out. You know, you can't really read what's going on in the visuals. I thought maybe he was getting disorientated because he had run out of weapons or something. That was a little cheap, but okay. I don't know how close I'm getting to touching it there. I'm a little bit surprised that this actually works, that I can circle around it like that. I shouldn't have got grabbed by that. Some upgrades. Merciful. Thank you. This is a nice merciful game, not like R-Type. To try and remember to go back to the middle once his phase is over. Could have avoided some damage last time if I had remembered. Oh, forgot about that as well. Oh, okay, I can attack the hands directly now. I think that's what's happening. That's a nice little detail as well there, that the arm keeps moving even though the hand itself is gone. That was cool, I like that a lot. Oh. I can't believe there's more to this stage. Is this the last fucking stage? Or something? I'll be honest, I don't think that boss rush guy is too hard, but I wasn't expecting him to be a mini boss. What is happening? Whoa. Do I want this? Okay. Off we go again. Whoa. Can I hit it? Okay, I have to hit it from the side, do I? No, wait, I'm not sure what happened. It started moving. No, okay, I don't have to hit it from the side. It started moving at the exact instant that I hit it from the side. Oh, this guy's gonna have a bunch of phases, isn't he? Oh, shit. Hmm. That seems like a very hard place to recover. Back we go, all the way back here. Is this the last stage? Someone want to tell me? I might as well just die. Gonna need every life I can get to get through this. I fucked that up. I should have picked up the red thing. I really fucked that up. Oh, by the way, I saw somebody answered me. There's another stage after this, is there? I have been streaming a long time, so I might have to give up on this for now. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking there. Just totally zoned out. Yeah, I'm just gonna die again. Mean to do that. Nope. Let's try again. I think I've peaked for this evening because this is suddenly feeling a lot more strenuous. I think I had some momentum behind me, and now it's gone. It's feeling a lot more strenuous now. I haven't even got to the hard part yet. I'm zonking, man. Yeah, I'm all zonked out now. Yeah. I'm zonked out. I think you get 2 blue weapons here. I think the next weapon is blue. That's why I stuck with the blue one. No. Not sure why I was confused about that. Oh! Oh, I didn't know it could spin the other way. Is it going to do that again? Okay. Wonder what determines that? Okay, I could have been punished for that. I crossed one of the lasers there. I shouldn't have. There's a timing that makes this perfectly safe. Okay. Right. Then we have to do the boss rush guy, then some boss that I've never done, which looks like if you get powered down, you're just fucked. Oh man, it's kind of hard to hit this guy with the laser here. I'm only hitting him with my option to move further to the side, I think. Yeah, okay. The laser really does seem like the best weapon. I think it out DPS's the shot power up if you get it head on, which is a little bit unfortunate. I don't know, I can't say for sure, but I think it does out damage the red gun, which is kind of... There's really not much reason to take the other ones from what I can see. I'm in big trouble now. Gonna have to pop the specials, I think. Forgot about this phase and everything. I was more worried about the fucking thing. The phase where it goes into the big ship. Nope. Okay. One more go. This is it for the evening, fellas. Yeah. I feel like I have a decent handle on that boss now. I have some idea what it does. Obviously losing all the power-ups right before going in there was extremely unfortunate. So if I can avoid that, maybe I'll have a better time. I think I want the red because I think coming up there's a green and a red. Fuck. Did that wrong. I should have popped the special, then picked up the blue, and then I realized the strategy too late, and I ended up applying it the wrong fucking way. You know that thing that happens, that thing, it's hard to put into words. You realize a strategy after you should have implemented it, and then it's the very first thing that you do as soon as you come back to your senses, but it's too fucking late. I'm getting cold again too, that's working against me as well. The room is normally quite warm when I'm streaming, I don't know why, maybe it's just that cold out. I just wanted to get rid of him, even though he's never hit me until I just tried to do that. Do I want the red? I don't fucking know. Fine, I'll take it. Yes. Ah. Okay, it's something. This guy takes a long time to get going. I wish there wasn't quite such a long preamble. Okay, now I'm fucked. We're gonna have to destroy the left side of that thing. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay, at least now I understand its attacks. Okay, so the laser and the bullets come out at the same time. Oh, no! Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Alright, I think I should stick to my plan and leave it there for now. I enjoyed that though, worth playing just to see that that boss with the two hand things. Thanks, Shark. I don't know if I'm I don't know how many shmups I'm gonna keep playing. You know, I might play some and then ease off for a while and revisit them. You know, a year from now or something like that. So I can't promise that I'm gonna become a shmup expert overnight, but it's a start. Okay. It is a shame to leave it there because I can continue and I'll have to do the other stages, but whatever. Whatever. Okay. You gotta stop sometime. So, right. I've been streaming more often, so there's no need to drag these exits out for as long as usual. See you all next time. Don't know when it'll be. Maybe sometime soon, though. Right? And bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you later.